2019 World Classic Powerlifting Championships live from Helsingborg, Sweden. I am Six Pack Lapadat, joined in the booth by Joe Whiteley, and we've had quite the drama in the first session we had here together. Non-stop action from the first opener to the last pull.
I think it's safe to say that the little ladies brought quite the drama to the platform. We saw records changing hands. We saw hopes dashed as people didn't make it.
Changing the momentum. It was all the ingredients you need.
Yeah, the guys are going to have to really step it up in order to match what the ladies did. I mean, we're starting a little late because of the fact that the competition overran, but here we are. First guy out, Manuel Webendorfer of Austria. 195 kilos on the platform. This is junior sub 83 kilo lifters. We are in two flights because we have 15 lifters on the platform, so they are going to be in two flights, and Manuel is first man out. Saw him at breakfast yesterday. He was very, very calm. Just like that first squat, 3 white lights and a good lift for him.
Yeah, he weighed in light. Doesn't look like he cut any, so I guess that's the advantage you get.
Absolutely. He was certainly enjoying a hearty breakfast yesterday morning. Okay, so this is Vitalis Boronenko of Ireland. I'm not sure he's originally from Ireland. I was wondering if that was a typo and he was from Iceland, but no, Vitalis Boronenko of Ireland.
Could be a ringer. Well,
it definitely says error on his singlet, so we have to believe that that's the case.
205 kilo. He's hit 212.5, and at 22 years old, the progress is quick. This should move quite well, but there are a lot of variables, and we've been surprised before.
We certainly have. The 57 kilo ladies had quite a lot of surprises in store for themselves on the squat. So
63s, yeah, it was all of them were action packed.
Absolutely.
Take nothing for granted.
No.
Looks good.
Yeah. As we said earlier on, don't make the referees have to decide whether your depth is good enough. Prove to them that it definitely was. And I think he's definitely done that. Okay, so this is Furipat Yimsethi. I think my Thai isn't up to scratch, but I'm hoping that that's the way that we say his name. Apologise if not. And he's coming out for an opener of 205 kilos.
19 years old. It looks like he's been competing, according to his profile, which aren't always the most up-to-date, just 1 year, so we very quickly got to the IPF Worlds. That's where you're going to gain your experience. Kind of a trial by fire, though.
Yeah, he's clearly demonstrated some natural talent, and he's just demonstrated that right in front of us.
And you like to see, if a lifter may not have all the experience in the world, set him off with an opener. He's going to crush it and increase his confidence. He feels like he belongs. Don't make him struggle mightily and just get by the skin of his teeth. Kind of does the opposite effect.
Okay, so this is Aaron Moran, also of Ireland. 23 years old, so this is his last year as a junior. He's got the Irish tricolour on his belt. I do always like to see that attention to detail. Nice to see the kit matching.
You always notice those little things. You got an eye for fashion, my friend. Locks those lats in nice. Yeah, he's good for it. Keeps his chest up. For a second there, threatened dip. He said, no, sir. Rewarded with 3 white lights.
Absolutely. So this is Naoki Terunuma of Japan, coming out for 220 kilos.
Again, a first year, a lot of these fellas we've seen in the first few openers, 1 year competing, maybe 2 year competing, relatively new to the sport. So if you're the national team coach, play it safe, build their confidence, and let's get some white lights on there and not have to make some major adjustments. too early in the
Absolutely.
game.
The last thing your lifter's going to want is to be walking off the platform going, oh, well, that's my plan spoiled.
Yeah, well, what do we do now? You
Yeah,
don't have
what
to-
was plan B?
Yeah.
So 220 for Terunuma. Wide stance.
Looks good on depth. It looks pretty solid, too.
Absolutely.
He never got jockeyed around by the weight yet. Nobody has. When you're squatting, you want the bar path up, down, over midfoot. The further it is away from there, the more it's going to be thrown on the back, the more you start getting a little out of alignment, and the bar becomes exponentially heavier. If it goes towards the toes, elbows shoot back, chest caves, you're really in a bad spot.
Yeah, you're into good morning territory, and that is not an IPF lift.
A good morning can equal a bad afternoon.
Oh, nice work, young man. Teodor Dima now. He is from Romania.
Hey, my last name's Romanian. That's all I got, though. I don't speak Romanian, never been there, but
Oh, I believe it's a beautiful place.
I feel an attachment to him, though. I'm hoping for him.
Okay. So you've got your guy for this round, right?
I've got my guy. Yes.
Well, I tell you what.
There you go. I think I picked well.
Yeah, they like it. They like their squats deep in Romania, quite
Yes,
clearly.
they do. Yes, they do.
Oh, yes, sir. 3 white lights and a good lift.
And look at this, 23 years old and a 31-year veteran. You got to like that.
Yeah.
Defies the odds. No, I believe it. Don't question it. Let's roll with it.
Okay, yeah, let's just roll with it.
You had a
Okay.
skeptical eye right there, sir.
So the first man to 250 kilos, or quarter of a ton, this is Adam Gaiminum of Nauru, if I've got this right, or Nauru. Yep.
I'm not sure if it's Nauru, but one of the nations, it might be Nauru. Actually, powerlifting is the national sport.
Yeah, that's isn't that
Is
where
that
Jesu
Nauru?
Aper comes from? Nauru?
I believe so, and I believe it's that nation. I'll have our fact checkers check that, but how amazing is that? A very wide grip here. That's a lot of super heavyweights grip that wide.
Yeah,
But
I
show-
mean that's why he's got racks in, but
And that was work for an opener.
that was a little bit of a struggle.
You know, I mean, it might be he's got some shoulder mobility issues, and he just doesn't have any other choice. 250 is still a big opener nonetheless. And he's on the board. It is a bit of work, and it doesn't look like he's got a lot of room to go from there.
Yeah, I mean, he has got one in, but that could ruin his afternoon. So here we go into round 2 now. Manuel Webendorfer, Austria.
And if you first lift taxi that much, you got 2 more to go. By the time you get into deadlifts, you could be exhausted, and your planned deads for your first, second, and third might completely have to adjust. But we'll see.
So I'm told by our fact checkers that Nauru has Australian rules football and weightlifting as the national sport.
Close enough, right?
Yeah,
Let's not split hairs.
no. And people...
I got to watch my facts here.
and
I've been called out before.
oh,
it's
look
too
at
easy.
Manuel. He's looking happy with that.
Yeah, it's a good 12.5 kilo he just added to his total, so he should be.
But as you'll know yourself, people often get weightlifting confused with powerlifting.
Yeah.
All powerlifters, when people talk about powerlifting, they say, are you doing the, and make a sign above the head.
That's right.
And I'm told that weightlifters get asked how much they bench. So,
And it's a valid question always.
well,
regardless.
yeah, I mean, and the answer is probably nothing. So Vitalis Boronenko of Ireland, he's coming out now for his second lift of 215 kilos. All these guys have got their openers in, so no dramas there so far.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
10 kilo jump. You see him taking this one a little bit more serious. It's now personal best territory. And the first squat, you know, you come out here not exactly leisurely, but you see the intensity ramping up as the weights get heavier.
That's true.
Handles it well, though.
Yeah, didn't seem to trouble him at all. I think we're going to see a little more on the last one.
He keeps his core so tight, his chest never caves.
Yep.
Elbows down, and the knees track over the feet. Look at that. Well, the elbow shot back a little, but he's still good for it.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a little more here. So Aaron Moran, last year as a junior, to 17.5 on the bar. 480 pounds. Do you think he's going to break the 500-pound barrier with his third squat? You have to hope so.
If it's close, you'll probably load it. We'll have to see how this moves, though.
Yeah, not too bad. A little more trouble than the last one, but...
And it's those, it's funny you say that, and it's true, right? There's those emotional attachments to those round numbers, 400, 500, 600, 300 kilo, 200 kilo, etc. And sometimes you walk in there emotionally attached with certain numbers, and it's your coach's job to say, look, we're doing away with emotional attachment to those round numbers and building a total. There's a bigger picture.
Absolutely.
And you got to try to negotiate, meet in the middle.
Yim Surthy now, Furipat Yim Surthy of Thailand, 220 for a second attempt.
And that's the smallest of increments away from the round 500. Shows a lot of maturity.
Yeah.
To just not get greedy. I like it.
I don't know if they do pounds in Thailand, but...
yeah, and I don't think they do a lot of pounds in Ireland, but any kind of milestones you can hit. Now, what do you think about the depth?
Well...
15-kilo jump.
Looked okay. Yeah, the referees agree. I haven't
closer.
seen the issues here that we had in the last session.
Yeah. Looks good. Everybody's on the board, and the weights are actually moving. No one's actually even really slowed down much.
No.
In terms of nearing their end.
So Naoki Terunuma, 507.1 pounds, 230 kilos. I mean, these guys really are kind of, they're trailing behind the guys who are going to be in the next flight, so they really just want to run their own race, make sure they get the weights in, and look to maybe capitalize if there are any kind of crazy attempts that don't come off in the second flight.
In a way, it's a blessing that you can put your blinders on, stay in your own lane, and just build your own total. You feel no pressure. You're not necessarily chasing medals because you don't know where the medals are going to end up.
Absolutely.
You just base your next attempt on how your previous attempt felt, and that's the most honest assessment.
Okay, so Adam Gaiminum of Nauru. This didn't look easy for his last one. So
no, and look at 5 kilo. Okay, it's not a huge jump, but 250 looked right on that line. Some small adjustments could change that. He's going to stay with the wide grip. Didn't expect him to completely reconfigure his squat. That is usually a super heavyweight's grip, though.
It really is, yeah. I mean, he's quite welcome to do that, and he's gone. That's quite high bar, right?
It teeters you forward like he looks like he's, the chest. Okay, depth is there.
Oh no,
yeah.
No, just didn't go at all. So. I mean, he's got one in. All is not lost, but I'm not sure that may go next time. But it's going to be touch and go.
You know what? I honestly might just. He's gonna. It's tough to tell a guy not to come back out, but you don't want to gas out too much that early. And when you got benching, you got deadlifting.
I guess he didn't expend a lot of energy. He wasn't moving very far before it wasn't going anywhere at all.
True.
Just walking that amount of weight out. Personally, I can't imagine that. But
it's also psychological. You don't want to fail too many attempts in a row and not even come close to getting it. It wears on you psychologically as a lifter, but
absolutely. Same weight for Theodor Dima, and look at that depth once again.
He stays in the pocket. Handles 255.
Yeah.
And this is textbook. It's not about where you start. It's about where you end. He started off less than Adam from Nauru and is now moved 5 kilo ahead.
As they say, to finish first you must finish.
Oh, well done.
So, Webendorfer, Herr Webendorfer of Austria, nach Österreich, as they say. Coming out for 215 kilos for his third attempt. So he's gone up 7.5.
Yeah, so match is personal best. Jump is second. His total, another 7.5 kilo if he hits it.
Yeah.
Whoa.
No, I think that's a perfectly judged third attempt.
Yeah, no, that was excellent attempt selection.
Yeah.
By Team
nice
Austria.
work from the Austrian coaches.
Yeah, he might be like, I think I had another 10 kilo in me, but that was definitely the limit.
Absolutely.
Today.
Yeah, sure. Aaron Moran now, Ireland, 220 kilos. Just to point out, the world junior record in this class is 298 kilos.
That was John Hack 2016 in his big showdown against Brett Gibbs in Texas.
Okay.
I was there commentating. It was, it was one of the biggest showdowns we've had.
Yeah, if you take John Hack's record, then you've walked away with something special. So we'll see.
Actually, I stand. Yeah, no, that was John Hack's because the open world record would have. But Russell Orhe last year, I believe, was still a junior in the open. He also broke a world record, so maybe that's Russell Orhe's.
Okay.
You know, these juniors entering the open,
Yeah.
still able to break a junior world record, even though you're in the open.
Absolutely. Yeah, if you are a junior, it's just once you've exceeded the age category. It's different for Masters, of course. Masters 2 can break Masters 1 records and break Hearts too, and open records as well.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah. So, 222.5 on the bar for Vitalis Boronenko.
Going to get our fact checkers on that one as well.
Yeah, this is for 222.5. Moran got his at 220. So we have an Ireland versus Ireland race here to the top of the squats. You don't want to race to the bottom, but you definitely want to race to the top.
And this is, it could be 3 for 3. 7.5 kilo towards his total.
We can only hope. Yep, certainly looked not easy, but it was not an issue for him, for Vitalis.
A nicely planned third. It's a tough proposition, right? You want to go as close to the limit as possible without going over it, and you also want to conserve a little bit of energy. As long as the lifter struts off the platform confident and happy, that's half the battle.
Yeah, you don't want to be throwing anything away there, because as we've seen, 2.5 kilos can make all the difference. 227.5 for the Thai lifter, Yim Sethi. As you say, he's reasonably new to this sport. He's been competing for a year. He's only 19 years old.
So I just double-checked. Yeah, that is John Hack's 298 squat junior world record.
Yeah. I mean, there are some records that have stood for a long, long time. I think... am I right? No, I think that's in the 93s. Tom Martin still holds the junior deadlift record.
Well, let's take a little look.
Which and that is a good lift for the Thai lifter.
Oh, or this would be equipped, of course, right? Because Verzbecki from Poland.
So, yeah.
Several-time world champion. Okay.
So, Naoki Terunuma, 237.5 kilos from Japan. Just jumping up and down, getting himself ready, activating those quads.
So it looks like the Nauru lifter opted not to take his third, and I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's what you were saying. It's psychologically not always what you want to be doing, but
and even physically, the nervous system isn't going to bounce back from everything.
No, true.
Not
But I
day.
think that's the wise decision.
Yeah.
I don't think any more than 250 was going to go.
Good choice.
So.
Ooh,
well, yeah. See, I'm not sure how deep that was, if I'm honest.
And it might have been up, down. No, but good enough.
Well,
Good stuff.
good enough. Yeah, what do I know? That was a good lift. And 260 for Theodor Dima. So this is our last lifter in the A flight. And we're going to go straight into the B after this with their squats.
And in the junior 83, when Group A ends off with 260, what can you expect from Group B with the heavy hitters? These are some extremely strong lads.
That's right. I mean, the Australian is looking from his opener to be good, and that is his opener now, because we will not have any more changes at this point.
And he's a teenager, by the way. Depth is there. Wow, strong. Never gets bullied around by the weight.
No, certainly not. He absolutely held that where he wanted it, and that is a great lift. So, B flight now. The Norwegian lifter, this is Chido Noli. He wants 230 kilos.
Cheeto, he's got a workable squat, a workable bench, but that deadlift,
Yeah.
a 305 opener, as long as that opener isn't too close to his limit, that's a massive opener to start with.
Yeah, I mean, if you can do it, you really want to be a deadlifter, because you can go, yeah, okay, you might beat me on the squat, you might beat me on the bench, but I'm just going to put 2.5 kilos on whatever you do on the deadlift.
Yeah, we've seen that previously. You cover a lot of ground in the deads. Just got to keep it tight. Nicely done.
That moved nicely, and a little smile. Now, this seems to be a feature of the Norwegian lifters. We saw it in the last round with one of the ladies. As she came to the top of the squat, she knew she got it. Smile, cracked the face.
Look at his profile picture, all smiles.
Oh yeah, he's lighting up the room with that one. So Otto Falt of Finland, 235 kilos. Popular weight. He's going to be followed by a Russian lifter at the same weight. And here we go.
Wow.
Yeah, mechanically that was beautiful.
Yeah. Nothing out of alignment. Straight up, straight down.
Absolutely not. It's great to see these guys at this age just moving the weight like this. You know, they've not been around a long time. They've not picked up any injuries yet, hopefully. They're just doing textbook lifting. 235. Egor Klebuchev. I'm hoping that's right. Of Russia. Obviously, we are over the 200 kilo limits. We've got 5 spotters on the platform. IPF rules. You want to make sure that if anything goes wrong, we catch the weight, we catch the lifter, we keep everybody safe, keep the competition flowing, and keep everybody alive and healthy. Good lift there for Igor.
Yep, all of these openers so far on the board, moving pretty well.
Dutch lifter now, Richard van Bezuijen from the Netherlands, resplendent in national orange, as are the coaching team. Yeah, you can always spot the Dutch in their orange, very bright colour.
Nice and steady.
Again, we're seeing some really, really nice lifting here from these guys.
Look, sometimes no news is good news, and that's the case here. Everybody hitting their openers, not even really getting overly pressed, despite maybe just the lifter from Nauru, but
yeah, but he's still got one in. I mean, you might have found he'd done 3 attempts and ended up at 250.
Yeah.
Okay, here's Scott Webb. Scott is out for 247.5 kilos. British lifter. Little smiley face drawn on his singlet there. I don't know if he's done that, whether his coach did. We do see lifters drawing on their singlets. I think there was a guy the other day drew a 6-pack on, right?
That's actually how I got the nickname.
Okay.
Depth looks good to me.
Yeah.
Move reasonably well.
Yeah, rewarded with 3 white lights for Scott. So Well judged there. Timothy Monigatti of New Zealand now.
Now Timothy coming in here, #1 seed in the nominations, moving up from the 74 kilo class, filled out to 83 pretty quickly. He's a young lad and has pushed some major weight in training in prep for this. Got a lot of people excited.
Yeah, so 262.5 kilos as an opener. I mean, the gap's kind of wide at the top of the squats here.
Yeah, and that's because, we'll get to that in a second, to that young man. But, yeah, Timothy, in terms of what kind of total he could put up, if he's pushed, he'll push back.
Yeah, this is all just about establishing a lift so that you can start to play the game.
You see there, as a front runner, he's really taking no chances with that opener. He knows he's almost in a position, if he stays on course, doesn't get too greedy, and just goes 6 for 6, heading into the deads with enough energy, he can maintain his lead and, at the final pull, if he's got certain numbers he wants, shoot for it. But we've seen, as so often, contenders emerge and they push you and make you make some uncomfortable attempts, and that's when things get interesting.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people say that they prefer to have competition. Nobody wants to just walk out and win it. They want to be pushed, they want to be shoved along, and they want to prove that they beat somebody as well. Here's Dylan Nelson now. Great Britain, squat PB's 290.5, so this should be a comfortable opener for him at 272.5.
And 290.5 isn't a whole heck of a lot away from John Hack's 298 world record.
No.
Depending on the progress he's made in training.
This could be a race to the record here. Wouldn't be the first time we've seen that today, and hopefully it won't be the last time we see it this week too.
He's right on the line for depth. He is so strong. He doesn't get budged at all out of position by the weight. There you go. So 3 white lights just do it exactly that. He did not get bullied around by the weight whatsoever. Looked very strong and confident with 272. That's 600 pounds on his back. For him to move it like that, it wasn't long ago only the top-end open lifters in the 83 kilo class were ever going to touch that kind of weight. Now it's an opening weight for an 83 kilo junior.
Yeah. Clearly certainly powerlifting, maybe it's that powerlifting's getting more popular and more people are getting into it. Maybe it's that the human race is generally getting stronger, but either way, it makes for exciting lifting.
Yeah, the talent pool is just swelling if you look at the numbers of lifters. And speaking of, look at this young man is 19 years old, a teenager.
Yeah, Ewan Belgrove of Australia opening his squat account with 285 kilos. Oh.
Okay, that's a teenager
yes,
who
sir.
just took 285 as an opener and treated it like an opener.
Yeah. I mean, that could even have been his last warm-up from the way that moved. You might have expected reps for that.
And this is what happens when a sport becomes more and more popular. Obviously, Instagram, the live stream, the popularity, our sport of powerlifting is really taken to social media, and because of that, the awareness of the sport, the athletes get a lot more shine and exposure, and more people gravitate. The upside as a whole, the talent pool just swells, and the level of athlete you get at the world level is staggering at this point.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing that here. So this is Cheeto Noli, out for his second of 242.5, matching his PB, according to our records.
12.5 kilo jump, decent jump, but 83 kilo boys, that's to be expected.
Now I'm hoping to see a big smile at the top of this one.
He's going to let his breath out first.
I think he is, yeah. Yeah, that's a good lift. Yeah, I think maintaining the oxygen in his lungs was more of a priority for him than smiling at the commentators, and so it should be.
He's smiling inside, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Igor Klebuchev now, Russia, 242.5 again.
This will be a small PB for him, 2.5 kilo. 22 years old. Making quick progress. Look how tight he gets with his lats and shoulders, chest way up.
That was more of a struggle for him.
Yeah, that was definitely a struggle. So viewing that, he took a big jump. Well, 7.5 kilo, I guess that's not that big of a jump, 83 kilo. I would say a smaller jump, though, to his third.
Yeah, that's going to be prudent, isn't it? Otto Falt now, Finland 247.5 on the bar.
12.5 kilo jump, matching his personal best on his second squat.
Yeah, they do seem to be doing that, a lot of them.
And it's
Get your opener in, match your PB,
and then
let's see what we've got, right?
Yeah, hopefully matching the personal best doesn't exhaust the systems, but it depends how old the personal best is and how training's gone,
Exactly.
especially at this age.
We've said this about the juniors before. It could be a year ago that they set it, and a year is a long time for a 23-year-old.
For some of these, wow, look at that. For some of these fellas, they've only been lifting competitively at the top end for a year, so it's almost, those are early numbers that are well behind them at this point.
Can't fault that. So Van Bazuyen, he's coming out for 250. This is his PB, so the pattern appears to be...
Hey, you know what they say? I don't trust words. I even question actions, but I never doubt patterns.
Okay. And I think he's being brought to the platform there by Micah de Vries, if my recognition is correct, who is a very, very accomplished lifter in her own right.
Yeah, look good to me. See if the judges agree.
Yeah, that looked fine. Oh,
2-1.
we're seeing a 1 for depth from the...
so that means you got the depth rate about right.
I think that is a New Zealand referee I saw competing the other day. It's worth bearing in mind, of course, that a lot of these referees have competed in the Masters already, and they are now giving something back to the sport, refereeing on the platform. And we have Scott Webb out for 262.5.
In terms of powerlifting, almost the whole infrastructure of it is nothing but volunteers. So if you're a lifter and you don't get back spotting and loading, you got to, because that's the only reason why this sport keeps going. If everyone was only going to do it if they got paid, we wouldn't be anywhere.
No.
95%, I would say, it's all volunteers. Take a look around you.
Yeah, I'm looking around this room and I'm not seeing many people who are getting paid. I'm telling you that.
Just for the love of the game.
Absolutely. Will work for food and powerlifting.
Keep that in mind with your comments and see how he handles this second attempt.
Come on, Scott.
Whoa. It's work. I'm wondering about depth. It's right on the line. It was a hell of a fight.
We'll see. Well, yeah, again, the left-hand referee was not happy with that and has given a red card for depth, but 2-1 is good enough. He's going to have to think about that for his third, though.
I was about to say, in terms of gathering that third, unless he can make some small adjustments, a very small, I'm thinking even 2.5 kilos, smallest possible jump.
Yeah. Small is beautiful if you get it.
Yep.
275 for Timothy Monigatti of New Zealand. Colloquially, they're known as Kiwis, right? And this is in no way insulting.
I love how you threw that disclaimer. And by the way, I mean that in the greatest of senses.
Well, I work with a Kiwi lady.
Okay, so.
And she can be insulting, but only when I deserve it.
2.7. So this is a decent jump for him. And a personal record, but like I said, his training, and he's fresh into the 83s, relatively speaking, so it's work, but I never got the sense that he was close to not making it.
No.
Maybe 5 more kilo on there, though. What do you think?
Didn't look too hard. I'd say, 5, probably not any more than that. If he's wanting to just keep it absolutely on the money, maybe 2.5, but 5's probably safe.
When you're getting up around the range of 275 kilo, the difference 5 to 2.5 kilo, if you'll feel it on your back, it's hard to tell. It's all, relatively speaking, we're talking 1 percentile.
Not a massive amount. Now, okay, this is Dylan Nelson. He is clearly a lifter who thrives on the aggression, and he's bringing the noise to the platform.
Well, he's going to need it. 287.5 is a massive deadlift and just 2 kilo below his personal best, which is a record. I don't know is it a British record, a Commonwealth record, maybe both?
Yeah, I'm not sure where he got that, to be honest.
Possibly European.
Wide stance there for Dylan. That's what we saw last time. Yeah, he's controlled that well.
That jaw was shaking. He's turning the engine on.
Oh, depth.
You know, in the depth, I was going to say it was right on the line. It's not a massive adjustment needed, but it was right on that line. We'll see yeah. You know, it looks like he hit parallel. He just got to slightly break parallel with the hips.
Yeah, it's got to be below parallel. And this is the toughest platform in the world. These are the toughest referees in the world. I'm not saying anything about, they are fair, but you have to convince them.
297.5. If you're paying attention, what we said earlier, half a kilo below John Hack's 298. Whispering in the ear of history, Belgrove of Australia. John Hack, obviously a big name. He won the Worlds in the Open the year he registered that squat. Perhaps some foreshadowing?
Well, we'll see.
That's going to be right on the...
Oh, no. Well, I don't know. What do you think? Would you... he'd have to put 298.5 on there.
Here's the reason why...
Big ask.
Here's the reason why. Okay, so first off, it's a pretty big jump in terms of how heavy he started. And when you're that close to a world record and the chip's available, if you're going that all in, 1 extra kilo gets you a chip. However, obviously the plan was collect the chip on the third attempt, and you don't get overly scrutinized when it's not world record. When it's a world record, all eyes on you.
Absolutely.
So there's...
Well, he's put in 297.5, so that answers that one. Chido Noli coming out for 247.5 for his third attempt as we go into the third round now. And is it safe to say, I think the top 3 are locked up?
Whoa, he's strong.
Oh, yeah. We see that Chido smile at the top there.
Smile. He earned it. Yeah,
absolutely.
He took that one deep and stuck with it. That you could see how tight his core was. It was shaking as the engine turned on to get through the sticking point.
So, Igor Klebuchev coming out for 250. This will bring him into 7th position. I was just saying, I think the top 3 are locked out there. I don't think we're going to see those challenged.
Yeah, in terms of the squat, but, in terms of the total, a lot of these fellas are going to need these extra kilos. Looking ahead, it is going to be a battle for the podium.
Absolutely.
So,
there's some quite wide variations in bench press too.
If you're Klebuchev, okay, not a squat, but I need these kilos. Nope, not to be.
Not today for Klebuchev. I mean, the last one looked hard.
Yeah, it was work.
So another 7.5 kilos was a big ask. And he asked for it and was told not today. 255, Richard van Bazuyen of the Netherlands.
He took 250, equaling his previous best, and wants to nudge that up another 5 kilo.
Yeah. Not a huge amount.
No, especially for an 83 kilo squat when you're already at the 250 range. 5 kilo.
Yeah, 2% of the previous amount.
That's obviously you put eventually 5 more kilos going to break you, but you got to make a jump. You only have 2.5 kilo increments, and there you go.
Absolutely.
Answers the question. It looked pretty smooth, actually.
It did.
It kind of looked a lot like a second.
Now I'm going to deploy my 20/20 hindsight and say he probably got another 5, but...
And there it is. Some lifters, once the weight gets to a certain barometer close to their top end, they all look the same. When you're trying to judge by bar speed, it gets very difficult. Other lifters, it's an easier tell. You can tell by the facial expression. The knees start wobbling. They start breaking down in form. Some guys are right on the money with the form right up until it's too much, and there's not a lot of warning signs when you're approaching too much, so it makes it difficult as a handler.
Yeah, you often see that in bench, but not so much on squat. But
and if you ask the lifter, they're always going to say they have more in them, so that's...
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, they always believe it. And of course they're going to watch it back and go, oh, if I'd just stood up with it. Yeah, but...
Whoa, and standing up with it.
Come on, look at this.
10 kilo jump and a battle to lock it out.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
Hey, look, it was untidy. Hats off to him, though, showing a lot of heart.
Yeah.
He can be proud of his effort, and that's all really he can put forward. There was definitely some speed wobbles. And
fair play for finishing it, but how much did it take out of him?
it took a little bit, I'm sure.
265 now for Scott Webb.
It was an effort. 2.5 kilo jump, so 262, perhaps having a sense he's nearing the end.
Yeah. So 4 lifters remain. Scott demonstrating some fierceness in contrast with the smiley face on his singlet.
2 sides to every man.
Absolutely.
Looks slightly askew on that bar. He's closer to the right side. You see the dip now with the weights.
Yeah, absolutely.
He didn't measure his approach in there. And I hope it doesn't throw off his squat by loading the one side. It has. Look at that.
Oh,
One
look
side
at
is
it
tilted.
go.
Oh, he gets it nonetheless. He loaded
Let's
the one
see what the
side
referees
on.
think. Oh.
You know, it's a shame because I think loading a little more on his left, he couldn't get his hips low enough because of it. You could see the gnarling. You're not going to see it on that angle, but the gnarling wasn't placed on his back.
So the British coach has gone to the jury, as is his right, with a 2-1. Timothy Monigatti of New Zealand on the platform now for 280.
And you know what? I like Timothy's game plan here. 5 kilo jump from 275. 275 was work. I think we had both agreed a 5 kilo is probably to be expected and within reach. And it'll probably take him close enough to his limit where he's not really walking away thinking, I had a lot of kilo left that I should have grabbed. He's got a lead in the projected, but we know how quickly leads can get destroyed if you get greedy.
I'm not even going to talk about the projected until the second round of deadlifts, if I'm honest with you. Yeah, we learned a lot from that one.
I'm not certain about it. Moved well. I'm not certain about the depth. It moved even better in the second because it was a little higher. Yeah. And
I think you're right. Both side referees.
And there's the thing, right? So if you ever miss your opener because of depth, and
there it is, parallel.
And it moved as well as that, you might be, well, maybe I could just increase the weight because it moved so well. It moved that well because of the depth was a little high.
Yeah.
You see how just a stitch lower, it moves a whole lot slower. You miss your opener on depth, keep the bar loaded the same.
So this is Dylan Nelson for his second attempt at this weight. For the second time of asking. 287.5.
Whoa, and he is all types of fired up now. Sometimes a little more intensity is all you need.
Yeah. Sometimes you see him crashing their head off the bar, and concussion probably isn't the way you want to start your squat. But
he has chalk all over his face. Somebody smacked him around out back and got into his head, and it carried onto the platform. Whoa,
well, the depth was there. The lift has gone up.
Let's see what they say.
I'm hoping. Yes.
Good enough. And he is fired up.
Absolutely. So, one remains. This is 297.5 for Ewan Belgrove. He's currently at 285 because he missed his second, so he needs this one to take the gold on squat and to take back the lead. So this is going to be psychological as well as the gold medal for Belgrove.
Look at Belgrove officially is not hitting a world record because the juniors go up to 23, but 285, I believe, has got to be the biggest squat I've seen in the 83 kilo class for a teenager. The man hasn't hit 20 years old yet. And is he letting the clock wind down?
I wonder if he is,
it wouldn't be the worst idea in the world, because if 297.5 on the second attempt took a lot out of him, and they're thinking, you know what, it's not in there today.
Yeah, I mean, 20 seconds to go. He's letting it run down now.
And let it wind down. Fair play.
So I think that's demonstrating a great deal of maturity there for a 19 kilo lifter. Yeah. We just saw the camera pan across Eleiko. It's worth mentioning that Eleiko is the equipment sponsor here, and the back room is beautifully fitted out with brand new Eleiko racks, brand new plates, brand new bars. They have done us proud here in Sweden.
Take a look at the scorecard. It's important because I said it before and I'll say it again. It doesn't matter where you start. Ian Belgrove started 285, well in ahead. Leading into this in terms of his training numbers, some people are expecting the gold and possibly records. And it matters where you finish, and attempt selection and pacing yourself at the world level means everything. What you've done in the gym, it's almost sometimes misleading and not even a proper indication. So
absolutely
keep that in mind when looking ahead at the projecteds. Anything can happen, and we will be back 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
See you then. And welcome back to the 2019 World Classic Powerlifting Championships live in Helsingborg, Sweden. Six-pack lap of that. My man Joe Whiteley is back in the booth with me. And we have the 83 kilo juniors. Some massive squats already went down. Heading into the bench press, we are split up into two different flights. We're going to start with flight A. And Joe, it looks like anybody's game.
It really does. We were just talking about that before, and really, if you're looking at what people are putting on the board, it really is anybody's. We've seen some upsets, some long reaches, and some surprises. Dylan Nelson is currently sitting top of the pile, but what, 2.5 kilos ahead?
It's very tight.
Anybody's game. So the first man on the platform is Furipat Yimsethi of Thailand with 110 kilos for the bench press. On these brand new Eleiko equipment racks. Masterpieces of engineering. Yeah.
Nicely done. Yeah, looking at how the squats shake down. 285 for Belgrove. Absolutely insane squat. He's a teen, and looking at the ages of these, that they were all born, the years these gentlemen were born, he might be the only teenager in the field. And even though 285 is ridiculous, if you've been following him on social media, it was expected he might finish off heavier. Now, losing a bit of ground in terms of what he had expected, and the expectations on a 19-year-old man in this Shark Tank, it's tough. But
yeah, immense stuff.
He needs to cover a little bit of ground here, and he still has a shot. Podium is looking good. What color is his medal? Although the field is very closely contested in the 83 kilo juniors.
Yeah, realistically, we're not going to know or have any idea until we get to second round of deadlifts, but the bench press is certainly going to inform that decision to some extent.
Yep.
So that was Manuel Webendorfer of Austria at 117.5, walking away with 3 white lights.
Yeah, if nothing else, that kind of shows you Belgrove opened the heaviest, but all he got was his opener. And if it happened to him in squats, it's going to happen to anybody in bench or deadlift. So, like you said, you look at these projected with caution because they're based off of openers, and sometimes that's all these lifters get, and it shakes things up quite a bit.
So Vitalis Boronenko of Ireland, 130 kilos on the bar for his opening bench press.
The
2
bench
red plates and a little change.
Yeah, the bench press, it's one of those lifts, so technical. There's 3 commands, so many possible violations with all the points of contact and what they want to see for lockout, pausing on the chest. You want to take your opener with something that, if you had to retake it a couple times over, it's not going to drain you at all, and you're staying safe with your decisions. Gaining ground on the bench can be difficult because 2.5 kilo to 5 kilo can be all she wrote as well. The brakes come on quick.
Absolutely, but he's walked away there, Boronenko, with a good lift. 2-1. He got a yellow from the right-hand referee. So your man Theodor Dima now of Romania, 130 kilos on the bar. Same as Boronenko. This is just about getting one in. The real danger is reaching too far and ending up nowhere. It was a fast descent, but it went up just as far, so what do I know?
Easy way for him.
Yeah, 2-1, given a blue by the right-hand referee. I'm not quite sure what that will be for in this case. As you say, so many violations on the bench press that it's difficult to know which one he would have caught, but 2-1 is good enough. Aaron Moran, second Irish lifter in this group. He's coming out for 140.
It's 2.5 kilo below his personal best. And you can only imagine, his profile says competing 1 year, so the progress is probably quick. You ordinarily wouldn't open that close to a personal best otherwise.
No, especially not on bench, but...
Yeah, that moved
There
like an
we
opener
go.
should.
I'm not sure, was the right arm locked fully? Well, the referees think so I won't say it too loud. I don't think they can hear us from back here, fortunately. So, Naoki Terunuma, 150 kilos. Always strong bench pressers, the Japanese lifters.
Yeah, if nothing else, technical. It's very rare you see a Japanese lifter come out, lay flat on his back and go. They're set up, pinpoint technicians. Whether or not they finish at the top in terms of the weight shifted, it kind of depends who's in the field, but you can almost always be assured, technically speaking, they're at the top. They are known for maximizing their levers, and they have a special grip they believe helps generate the force in terms of pressing and the reach in terms of reaching outwards. You have to have a finger on the ring.
Yeah. Can't be any wider than that.
Nope. There you have it. That's the textbook Japanese setup.
Yeah, and it worked for him, certainly. 3 white lights, walking away with a good lift at 150. So we want 175 now. This is for Adam Gaiminum of Nauru.
And it's got to be said, okay, strong all day, finished with 250. Everyone knows that's a big squat, but he opened with 250.
Yeah.
Now his previous personal best bench, 170, opening with 175. I don't know if it's going to be a trend, opening high and not having room to grow from there, but it's 5 kilo over his personal best, and history in the squat points in that direction. Let's see how he moves this.
He's playing a risky game for sure. Yeah, see, again, that looked tough. Not as tough as his opening squat, but that looked like really a second attempt rather than an opener.
I believe, I'll agree, it looked like a second attempt rather than an opener, but previously his opener looked like a third attempt, so we're getting closer.
Yeah.
And if he picks his spots and jumps up modestly, he might squeeze out a second attempt that looks like a third attempt and leave it there. But he's really got to start picking his spots. By the time he gets to the deadlifts, the way the deadlift taxes the nervous system, he can't afford to be opening beyond his means because it's going to catch up real quick.
Absolutely. So Fortifat Yimsethi of Thailand coming out for a second attempt of 117.5 now. We're into the second round of the A flight.
Joe, you told me you're good with names, and I got to give you hats off. I would have backed away from that one.
I may be getting it wrong, but I'm,
you know what?
I'm giving it my best shot. I have on occasion, as speaker, gone into the back room and said, please tell me how to say your name.
So have I.
Nobody wants their name said wrong. But occasionally you get one that just challenges you too hard. But so far we're doing okay. Hopefully there aren't people in Thailand going, no, it's wrong. Look at that.
Yeah, that moved very well. 7.5 kilo jump from his opener, and it moved just as well as his opener.
Absolutely. So, yeah, I can't
It's
fault
also
him.
a personal best.
Yeah, so he's wondering where to go from there. Telling his coach, Manuel Webendorfer of Austria, 125 kilos on the bar. The very happy looking lifter, this guy.
Well, he did well in the squats. He's got reason to be looking to keep that momentum. And here's a little bit more of an aggressive arch setup. British lifter Owen Hubbard, gold medalist last year in the 3 lift for the bench event.
Yeah, now there is a man with a bench setup.
Yeah. Not quite that level, but it reminded me of it the way he had originally set up. 125 looks good.
So that is 3 white lights for him. Boronenko, Vitalis Boronenko of Ireland coming out now for 135, 2.5 kilos below his PB. Owen Hubbard's setup has been described as an arch straight out of The Exorcist. And I'm sure he won't mind me saying that if he's listening. How you doing, Owen?
Yeah, he might be paying attention. Owen himself, a former junior 83 kilo world champion. It's always good to look behind and see what's coming up.
Absolutely. Or if you hold any records, look behind and make sure.
Yeah.
Because you wonder when they're going to go, because they are one day.
Yeah, and these fellas are coming.
So just pulling that down and pushing it up.
Nicely done.
It's important to control the descent, because if you lose tightness and end up having to fight against it, then the game is up, really. 140 on the bar now for Teodor Dima of Romania.
My Romanian brethren, now 10 kilo on the bench. It's 22 pounds. It's a decent jump. Not the craziest. Sometimes lifters and the coaching staff like to open pretty low, assure yourself that you're in the party, and then you can start to dance. But we'll see how it feels when you lift off and that extra 10 kilo in your hands. If he's used to it, it won't rattle him none. And I can only assume he's trained for this accordingly.
Yep. I mean, all his squats look pretty good, so fast descent, but we saw that last time.
Yeah, it's okay to have fast descent as long as you're keeping tension when it hits your chest, as long as you're still tight when it hits your chest. Sometimes the slow controlled descent, you're coiling that spring and getting tighter and tighter as it comes to your chest. Sometimes you even see the chest rising to meet the bar, and the lats and the shoulders are all tight. You come down too quick and you loosen up at the bottom. It's a lot harder to heave it off the chest. But so far so good, and 10 kilo added to his total.
So my wife's first coach, a lifter, a guy called Jim Blanchflower, from quite a while ago, used to say that you want to be pulling that bar down to your chest like you're pulling back a crossbow to cock it. You know, just maintaining that tightness. And that's something that stayed with me.
Yeah. It's kind of like coiling the spring. It's kind of the same. It's just the tension. It's essentially, don't lose the tension you've created when you set up.
Yeah.
You can't regain it mid-lift in any of the lifts. Nicely done there. Wow.
Absolutely.
These second round of benches are moving not much worse off than the openers.
No. That's Aaron Moran of Ireland walking away with 3 white lights at 145. And 155 comes out now for Naoki Terunuma of Japan. 5
kilo jump for Naoki, and 5 kilo personal best if he gets it.
Yeah, we can hear some words of encouragement from the Japanese fans in the crowd. I mean, if you go to a bench-only competition, the amount of Japanese lifters there is phenomenal. In fact, that's where the equipped bench was this year, not too long ago at all.
Unequipped as well, I believe.
True.
Got some big weight moved. I think TD of the U.S. super heavyweight set a record. Ooh, little speed wobble there.
Yeah.
Uneven lockout.
Did we see some downward movement on the right?
It locked
sure.
uneven.
No, that's fine. So often it can look like the bar dipped if one side rises unevenly, but no, that's fine. So Adam Gaiminum of Nauru. Let's see how this second attempt looks.
He's jumping into the 400s on his second attempt.
Yeah, 402.3 at 182.5 kilos.
Now his profile might be old and not updated, but his profile says 170 previous best. We're 12.5 kilo above that. Again, not everybody updates their profile. We're going to find out if 12.5 kilo is a very ambitious jump. We thought 175 looked.
We thought it looked like a second attempt, didn't we? Yeah, so.
I don't know if wow, it's a big jump.
Well, let's see what he can do. Oh, yeah.
And it's just, you got to tighten up. Like, he had more in him. 12.5. I was honestly thinking 2.5. That's a big 10 kilo spread. Now, I don't know if I'm right at 2.5, but certainly you want to squeeze as many kilo as you can out of your lifter, and just starting off way too close to the edge here.
Yeah,
no room to grow. Does he come out for his third, or does he pass at his third like he did with squats?
I wouldn't be surprised if he does the same as on squats, to be honest. That I mean, it was closer to moving, but does he really want to tire himself out that much?
And here's the thing, like when deadlifts come, he definitely wants to be a little more on point with attempt selection, because at this rate, he's draining a lot of energy.
Absolutely.
And deadlifts really tax your nervous system, so that's definitely one you don't want to play with. Easier to bounce back from a failed bench than a failed dead.
Now, he has 188.2.5 on the scoreboard, but whether that's the default attempt he's been given or whether he's actually put that in.
I think he let the clock wind down last time. I can't remember.
Oh, nothing for Yim Sethi at 125 on his third attempt.
It was a 7.5 kilo jump. That's a pretty big jump. Relatively speaking, also to the weight. If he's more on the top end of the weight, sure, 7.5 kilo, but...
Okay, so Manuel Webendorfer now coming out for 127.5, a much more sensible 2.5 kilo increase.
Yeah, it's a little easier to predict 2.5 kilo, how that's going to affect you than getting into the double digits on the wrong side of that decimal.
Yeah. Again, you just can't predict how a third bench is going to go. A little bit shaky on the arms when he was holding it, but up it goes. Now, watch his feet.
I think it looks good from my angle.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Yeah, there were some pauses. It was a struggle. And look at 2.5 kilo right on the money. Not a kilo more was in the tank.
Absolutely.
And that's some beautiful attempt selection. 3 for 3, getting the most out of your lifter without tipping over and expending energy while not recouping kilos for the effort.
Vitalis Boronenko of Ireland, 137.5. There's only a couple of chances for them to change the openers for the next round now.
2.5 kilo increase from his second.
Yeah. And apart from Dima, that's what we're seeing across the board for these third attempts. Obviously, Adam has not gone up, but he didn't get the lift, so...
Nicely done.
Yeah.
And
that looks okay for Vitalis.
If you think it moved well and you're thinking, well, maybe he had 2.5 more, again, on the bench, the drop-off comes suddenly. It slows, and then all of a sudden, it stops. So once you start seeing it slow, oftentimes, you know, you're right near the edge.
That's it. It's the cliff edge.
Yeah. Falls off quickly.
And adrenaline can lie to you and say, sure, you've got 10 kilos, but...
Easier to gauge on the squat. It's on your back. On the deadlift, you see the knees knocking. There's some telltale signs. On the bench, you're good, and then all of a sudden...
You're really not.
Whammo. Romania's own.
Yeah, 145. So the only man to have gone up 5 kilos in this last round.
And look, he jumped 10 kilo from his opener to his second. He's comfortable with big jumps, and you earn that right when you hit. And he took a 10 kilo jump and hit, and fairly smoothly at that.
Yeah, so let's see if he's correct.
Locks those lats.
There's been a few stalls.
There were stops.
Were there any dips?
Was there a dip?
We're about to find out. Yeah, at least one. So, yeah, and his coach is agreeing with him. Okay.
Yeah, you can see that.
Look at that. There is a last ditch change.
But let me say, the 5 kilo jump, it wasn't a long shot. It was within reason. He did lock it out. A couple stalls, a couple double dips, but it was by no means a Hail Mary pass.
Yeah, absolutely marginal. So he's probably right to go for it, although that has left him back at 140.
Yep.
Not in the medals.
Yeah, we do have another flight, though. Medaling would be probably not on the table, for honest. And unless, look, if Adam from Newark comes out, hits 182.5, even with 175, it's a possibility.
Well, you never know. So this is Aaron Moran, 147.5, and no problems there for him on his third attempt. Naoki Terunuma next, 157.5. Another sensible 2.5 kilo jump for him. And this was the man with the classic Japanese bench setup, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
That trademark grip. And
you wonder, when a whole nation, and Japan is a heavily populated nation, when they all have a very similar benching style, is it taught at the national level? Do they have seminars I get taught it? Like how does, because you see so many nations come out, lifters from all over, and they don't have a textbook national style to their particular setup. I just wonder how the information disseminates and they all end up so similar.
I mean, as you say, it's a closely populated place. So there may only be a certain number of gyms. I mean, the phrase centre of excellence is somewhat overused, but up it goes.
It locks out uneven, but I think it's good. Judges
it is.
Yeah, I mean, it is heavily populated, but they're condensed. Traveling isn't nearly as an obstacle. So if there's a training center for the national team and everybody meets periodically per quarter, easy enough to all get on the same page, exchanging tips and tricks.
So Gaiminum Adam of Nauru.
He's coming out.
182.5, second attempt at this.
Look, it was better than his second attempt squat. It's more realistic to see hitting this than when he potentially coming up for his third squat. Probably, I think is a good idea to pass.
He's going to be thinking, oh, if I just got some more drive behind it, it'd move. And, well, we're about to find out if he's right.
I've seen guys bounce back. Oh,
no.
It's getting tougher and tougher.
Yeah.
It's just
nothing left.
Perhaps they'd seen him hit this in the gym, but you got factors like travel and weight cut. But you got to, if that's the case, that's fine. But you do have to adjust on the day. All the indications are now, if nothing else, after two events, we have to adjust and deviate from what we expected.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully his deadlifts are going to be a little less crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, so Otto Falt of Finland. We're into the B flight now. First man out at 140 kilos.
And we leave off with third attempts. We're back into openers, so expect quick moving and no major grinders and certainly no missed attempts. Let's hope.
That's what I'm hoping for. Yeah.
Just like that.
Yeah, the Finn did not disappoint. Again, if we're talking about nations that are good at benching, you cannot leave out Finland.
Finland's it's an all-around competitive powerlifting nation. Some of these nations, despite not having the population some others have, they take powerlifting in terms of their sports. It's all about talent pool, and if you have a bunch of other sports that you're dividing your talent pool with, you have a smaller slice of the pie, so to speak, of that talent. There's some nations, they don't have the same population as say, the U.S. or Canada, Australia, but a lot of their talent pools driving towards this sport.
Sure. So, 147.5. This is for Chido Noli of Norway.
I'm shaking a little. That could be normal. It doesn't necessarily mean you're near the end. I think he might have jumped that.
Yeah, look nice and easy, though.
He jumped the rack command, or press command, I think. No, never mind.
Yeah.
I misheard myself. 3 white lights.
Sound travels slower than light, so.
You know what I like about you? You let me off the hook.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, we're not so far away from the platform, but, I like to think there's an engineering solution to every problem.
There you go. I like you.
Okay, so 147.5 is on the bar now for Scott Webb of Great Britain.
There's that Owen Hubbard style. I mean, no one does it quite like Hubbard. Almost blasphemy to say this, but
yeah,
it's reminiscent of. It's a Brit who starts off aggressively with the arch. Nice.
Yeah, very nice for Scott. I always wonder how Owen doesn't break his hair doing that arch.
He's probably practiced that. I've had the opportunity of asking him about his bench press, and when it comes to the bench, Owen Hubbard took the gold medal at the World Championships last year from Brett Gibbs, no less.
Yeah.
And when you can take a medal from Brett Gibbs, the same year he posted the first 83 kilo 10 times body weight total. So that's a prime time best Brett we've ever seen. Your bench is good.
Absolutely. So Dylan Nelson, second Brit in a row, 150 kilos.
The British always have a stacked team, no matter where the World Championships are held.
Yeah, it's not the biggest sport in Britain, but it is popular, and we do have some strong athletes, if I do say so myself.
I'd have to agree with you. Joey Namani, massive star, won the Worlds in Calgary last year, defending a title this year.
Absolutely. And that's a good lift for Dylan.
One of my favorite lifters, Screamer Manuel. Miss him dearly in the sport. He might come back, but
maybe he's. I think he's bodybuilding at the moment.
he's bodybuilding and he looks great. He's also doing a little bit of jiu-jitsu, and he's in phenomenal shape. He's still hitting some weights, and he's still a young man. So a comeback is possibly in the cards. Maybe now it's a 105, maybe a 93. Who knows?
Come back, Steve. We miss you. So 152.5 for Richard van Bezuijen of the Netherlands.
Handles that quite well.
Yeah, and that's no problem for him.
Yeah, I think it'd be tough, Screamer, if he throws abs on and gets bodied up like that to say goodbye to it. It's a lot of work.
Absolutely. So 155 for Timothy Monigatti of New Zealand.
And Timothy, 155 is definitely something that's not going to overly press him, well within his means. He's got a lead, and he's just trying to hold serve. Actually, his lead in the projected is contested. It's actually contested neck and neck.
Absolutely, yeah. Two guys with the same. Now, and on body weight, he has a disadvantage.
So
every single kilo counts.
And the other gentleman from Norway is opening with a bigger dead. Doesn't matter where you open. We've seen openers, and that's all they get. Yep. But if he's a big puller, he's also got another advantage there. He dead's last.
Yep. When we're talking about percentage of weight lifted, well, we'll see. But Timothy is keeping his game plan going. He's got that 155. So 160 now. This is for Ewan Belgrove of Australia. Second to last man out.
Look, at 19 years old, I can only imagine by the time he's in his last year of juniors, if he stays a junior. I mean, guys this competitive can go into the open early, but what he might be shifting in terms of weight when he enters his 20s, when he enters his early 30s, my God.
Yeah, because powerlifters don't really peak until maybe 25, a little later than that, sometimes even 30.
You can carry that peak and keep increasing into your early 30s. It's going to be interesting.
And even some of the masters. I mean, we've got quite a lot of masters now who aren't starting until they're masters, and they're not peaking even in M1.
Yeah, and again, I got to think that it's because the talent pool. If you rise to the top of a talent pool of 5,000 people, that's good. You rise to the top of a talent pool of 50,000, well, you better be a pretty darn talented, and that's what we're seeing now. Belgrove might have become a rugby player previous generations if he's choosing a sport, but because of social media, because obviously in Australia, in that region of the world, we've had some stars break out. He hears about powerlifting, he checks it out, he likes it, and we're happy to have him.
Absolutely. 160 was no problem for him, by the way. We're into the last lift. This is 175. This is for Igor Klebushev of Russia. Just needs this one. And nice. There it goes.
Everybody's on the board. Everybody moved it like they should.
Yeah, so we have that elusive sea of green. We don't have to worry about anybody needing their second attempts. This is where they can start to make up time, make up places. 147.5 coming out now for Otto Falt of Finland.
And I tell you what, Noli of Norway has really got my attention now. He's covering ground pretty quickly. It's going to be interesting between Belgrove, Monagatti, Nolly, and Nelson from Great Britain. It is a bit of a bottleneck to get onto the podium.
Yeah. Well, that's what we want. It's
Yep.
not necessarily what the lifters want, but we want this to be as entertaining as possible for you guys at home.
And we get lucky so often.
Absolutely.
Nicely done.
Yep. Definitely a second attempt though. Move much more slowly.
Yep, it's 7.5 kilo jump, and it showed, but he does have a little bit of room to spare. I'm thinking only 2.5 kilo style, but there is some room nonetheless. And
Yep.
speaking of Nelson,
Here he is. 155. He's put 5 on from his opener of 150.
the bench event, probably not one where he's going to medal, but there's a much bigger picture. 5 kilo here, and depending how it moves, another 2.5 to 3 kilo on his next bench attempt, and he's starting to catch up and build his case for a medal in the total.
Yep, so we'll see. And it's worth saying that opener moved Klebechev into gold medal position on the bench press, ahead of Adam. Same weight, but he's ahead on body weight. And there goes Nelson. That looked nice and easy.
You know what, Nelson? I was thinking 2.5 to 5. I'd be comfortable with 5. 2.5's probably guaranteed. They're having that discussion right now on the side. You can see with the coach. He's like, "What do you think?" You know, it's either one or the other. I don't think it's going to be 7.5.
No, that might be a little crazy, but
You don't gamble that when it's this tight a race.
no. Scott Webb, second Brit. Just letting those that Czech spotting team know exactly how he wants the bar delivering, please.
So Nelson and the Brits have decided a 5 kilo jump. I think it's appropriate. You go
I
too
don't know if they
conservative.
heard you.
Yeah, I don't know if they respect my opinion that much. I'd like to think so. They're going to need to grab some kilos. If you get too conservative, you can't pull yourself onto the platform, fall behind. Oh,
Yeah, not the fastest, but didn't really slow down.
nice. Yeah, there you go. Well, it was a 7.5 kilo jump. You can get a little more conservative a jump on your third. I got to agree, definitely slowed a little.
So 160 now for Van Bezuyen of the Netherlands.
Another 7.5 kilo jump.
Yep. Another 160. Another man who will move into bronze medal position briefly. Or maybe not, but there's a lot of people snapping at his heels, so.
Yeah, it just depends on how things shake up. All you need is to stay tight. People start missing lifts. Door swings wide open.
Absolutely. Now that slowed down. I don't think, what do you think, 2.5 on that? Maybe.
2.5 is a guarantee, and 5, well, there's no guarantees in this, but it's 85%. And 5 kilo, we're looking around 65% if I had to gamble and risk it. Now, it kind of depends on if they have that conversation and it's, look, we're going in and we're going for the 5 kilo because it's podium or bust. Well, there's your answer. You go with the 65%er. If it's let's take the more for sure attempt selection and hope someone else misses, 2.5.
Okay, so here is the Norwegian lifter, Chido Noli. The man we think is a man to watch in this competition.
Well, this is a 12.5 kilo jump and bench. Rare you see that with this kind of.
And it went up.
And
I mean, I'm not really sure how much more there is. He's getting a red light and a yellow card from the centre referee. So maybe his head moved a little, or maybe they thought he pressed it, he jumped to command.
Either way, that's 12.5 kilo on his total, and it shoots him up the rankings.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's, bench usually isn't something you cover a whole heck of a lot of ground on.
We've seen it a couple of times, though, recently.
Yeah.
Super heavyweight M1 ladies, bench was where they pulled ahead, the top two in the top 3.
Certainly in the open for the 83, with individuals like Brett Gibbs, it's, where he's a master. He could world record in all 3 events. It's a weapon.
So see what Timothy can do. Move that easily enough.
Yeah, that moved just like his opener. He's got a sticking point. It was a sticking point in his opener. It's a sticking point for his middle. It's probably always there, and it's nothing that him or his coaching staff are overly worried about. 5 kilos here, so.
Yeah. 165 for Ewan Belgrove now. Australian lifter. Again, nobody's opener really looked tough, so these second attempts we're expecting to look a little tougher, because this is where you kind of stretch your legs a little.
Mm-hmm.
Or your arms. Well, actually both, because there is leg drive to take into account. But
yep.
I think I was speaking figuratively. Okay, here we go. Oh.
The brakes came on. And so here's Belgrove left squats with only his opener. If he leaves bench with only his opener,
that's going to put a serious kink in his game plan, right?
It's a big deviation off the game plan. And, I don't know the factors here. He weighed in light, so it's not going to be weight cut. Otherwise, he would have been so much underweight.
Yeah.
But he's a young man, 19 years old.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors here.
Could just be
what you put in the gym.
Lack of experience.
What you put in the gym, what you put on the platform is two different things. He will have another go at it. We've seen people come out and hit something they missed.
We absolutely have. So this is Klebachev, 7.5 kilo jump to 182.5 for the Russian lifter. Easy. That's probably the easiest second attempt I've seen in this class.
Yeah, and it's actually a 7.5 kilo jump, so
yeah.
We'll see what he chooses for his next. 5 is probably there.
Yeah. So we're into the third round now. We're starting with Otto Falt.
And Tim Monagani, only jumping 2.5 kilo and playing it safe and building that total. It's hard when you're behind somebody and you need them to miss, and they know what you need them to do, and they play a conservative game. I think he's doing it right.
Yeah.
Just don't leave the room for error.
I mean, you'll quite often see lifters coming away from the wall, from the weigh-in room, and you're going, "Did you weigh in okay?" And they're saying, "Yeah, but they've got to look like a wet weekend on the face," and that's because they found out what their lot number is. It can make a heck of a difference to a competition. Ooh. Oh, and nothing there for Falt. So that's leaving him down at 147.5. That 5 kilo jump.
Yeah, and that was helping him at least threaten possibly for the podium. It's not out of reason still. Still got one more event to go, but.
Yeah, Scott Webb now is coming out for 157.5. 2.5 kilo jump. Watched on by the British coaching team.
Look, we have 3 lifters in the projected 700 kilo and up. But if Belgrove only gets his opening dead, these other lifters, 4 through 6, could make a play. Actually, sorry, we got 4 lifters projected 700 kilo and up.
Yeah. And they haven't started warming their deadlifts up yet, so we don't know how that's going to go. Mm-hmm. So that is a good lift for Scott. And Britt follows Britt as we go out now with Dylan Nelson at 160 kilos, a 5 kilo jump. Jason Kultman, head coach for the junior team, just checking something with the jury. Alan from South Africa. Yeah, he's happy with whatever it was.
And speaking of the medal hopefuls, Dylan is right there, piecing together his day.
Yeah. He's all about the big picture.
I mean, in terms of bench positioning, 9th to 6th, he's not at all worried about that.
No.
In terms of the bigger picture, he'll be in the projected at 3.
Well, if you've got to choose between a single lift medal and a chance at the podium, the podium has to take first
every
first
time.
place. Yeah.
He's fired up for this one. You can hear.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Yeah, that's good.
And the Brits are playing the right game here. I'm starting to see a pattern. We saw it in the 63s. I think Suzanne Daniel played a tight game, and in the end really pulled away, pun intended, when the deadlifts came, took a world record. And you stay in the pocket, build your total, and then see how things shake up in the deadlifts, because sometimes people fall behind.
So Richard van Bezuijen, 2.5 kilo jump to take him to 162.5. Dutch lifter. And just across the water from us in the Netherlands. And that's nice for Richard.
2.5 more
3
kilo.
white lights, yeah.
A pretty high percentage of successful attempts in the bench press.
Yeah, that's looking nice. A 162.5. This is for Chido Noli.
Noli is gaining a lot of ground on the current leader, Managati.
He's just creeping up and creeping up.
He is, and Noli's got a big deadlift.
Yeah. I mean, obviously he's got to keep everything under control. He's got to keep everything on target, but
you see his path.
He's a man to watch.
Look at how long his arms are. You know he's a deadlifter. Whoop.
Oh.
It's okay. It's 2.5
That's
kilo that he could have stripped off his deadlift when he's pulling for the win. That's fine, though.
Absolutely.
By no means does it set him too far back.
Last 3 now. 165. This is for Ewan Belgrove of Australia. Didn't go last time. Do you think he can do it this time?
It's there. I mean, in terms of strength, look, he's hit 166 before. Training's gone well. He could turn this around. I'd like to see him turn it around. If nothing else, you don't want to enter deadlifts with only 2 attempts on the board and 4 failures. It's tough for a young kid.
Absolutely, yeah.
Psychologically, and a little bit of momentum goes a long way. You're going to need it when you enter the deadlifts. It's easier to get fired up and pull with a purpose. It's also 5 kilo towards his cause. 5 kilo less you have to pull.
So he's just going to want to drive that a little bit faster off the chest.
Yep.
And there it is.
I think he's got it.
I think so, yeah.
3 white lights. And look at, psychologically speaking, to miss, come back, and hit. He looks like he's limping off the platform, though. I don't like that.
No.
Nonetheless, he shows a lot of heart. It's really difficult to miss something, come back, and hit it. And please do keep in mind he's a teenager battling some young lions out here.
Absolutely.
He's still in good position. If he deadlifts with his hips high, even if he is slightly limping off the platform, he might be able to pull it off.
Well, he's got plenty of time yet.
Yep.
Yeah. So 165 for Timothy Monigatti.
And it could be nothing more than a leg cramp from bench pressing. You get those all the time. Might not
be.
actually be anything serious at all.
Yeah, you just need to massage that out and get some water and electrolytes in. But no, nothing there for Timothy at 165.
So that's 2.5 kilo he missed. Noli missed his 2.5 kilo increase. They stay in the same position.
Now, we have a 5 kilo jump from 182.5 to 187.5 for Igor Klebuchev of Russia. This is a bit of a wild attempt.
Yeah, we're looking at 7.5 kilo personal best. 5 kilo jump from his second. The gold is already locked up.
Yeah.
It is 5 kilo towards his total he could use, so he's not gambling his gold in the event.
No.
But he is
just talking about the total.
Yeah.
Which is where he should be. And that's a credit to the coaching team.
Fair enough. Yeah, if you have the conversation, look, you're not gambling away a gold. If perhaps someone was on his heels for that gold medal, all right. defend the gold first before we get. But nothing to
no,
lose. 5 kilos to gain.
When you look at it, he's 7.5 kilos in the lead already on the bench press.
And it's there.
It is. Well, gamble pays off.
3 white lights.
Absolutely. So
And
that was bench press.
You have it, the gold medalist from Russia. And if you're looking ahead, we got ourselves a battle. We've seen some hits, we've seen some misses, we've seen some, teenagers really setting the pace, raising the bar of expectation. I think this is going to come down to the very last deadlift. And I would not be shocked if we see some further plot twists. You do not want to miss this. We will be back in 10 minutes, Platform 1, for the conclusion of the juniors 83 kilo six-pack Lapidat.
Joe Whiteley, see you soon. 2. Okay, welcome back to the 2019 Junior Championships. We have here in Helsingborg in Sweden. We've got the 83s and 83 junior lifters. I've got Ryan Sixpack Lapidat with me. I'm Joe Whiteley, and I believe, Ryan, you have some backstory.
Okay, so I went backstage and talked to Belgrove from Australia. Okay, sorry. So he had hurt something in the squat event, was able to muster through in the bench. It's an injury. Obviously, he had hit his opener and couldn't continue. Really, after that, he was missing lifts.
Good lift at 200 for Furifat Yimsethi.
He's going to come out, take 70 kilos so he doesn't bomb, register an official total, and that's probably going to be that. It's his knee. It's not something he's going to be able to cope with.
Okay.
And
That's
it's unfortunate. Shame. Yeah, he was, these things happen. He pushed himself hard.
No, that's a real pity.
At 19 years old, though, you got to think the sky is the limit for this kid, and all these records are in danger.
It's not his last dance as a junior by any stretch of the imagination. So this is all, it's a learning process. Every day's a school day, as they say. Almost literally for some of these guys. Manuel Webendorfer coming out, job described as student, the Austrian lifter, coming out for 210 kilos.
Now, wouldn't Belgrove's 70 kilo be the first? Oh, no, he's second. I almost forgot for a second here. We have 2 flights for the 83 kilo men.
Yeah, so he's second group, so that's going to be a nice easy one for the spotters. They're going to get a break for once. Good lift for Manuel at 210 kilos. 240 on the bar now for Naoki Terunuma of Japan.
Now, that being said, Belgrove, obviously a medal favorite despite being so young in this class. And it does open up some room on the podium.
Yeah, just proving there that you really can't look at the prognosis and have any hope of knowing how it's going to go.
No, we see it often enough.
So Naoki of Japan, sumo setup. 4 red plates and a little bit of change on the bar for the deadlift.
Wow, that was nice and smooth.
Yep, no problems there. Again, as we always say, you just want these openers to move like something you can do every day.
This opener is the last lift you need, and then your total's registered. It's official. You don't bomb out. On top of that, I said it before, I'll say it again, the deadlift taxes the nervous system. If you scrap in your opener and you tax yourself that heavily, and you got 2 more attempts to go, there's nothing worse than having 2 attempts and you're pretty much at the end of your reserves.
Yeah. You've got 2 attempts to go and you've spent everything on your first one.
Yeah.
So Aaron Moran of Ireland.
The feeling of going out there like, well, I think I'm just going to pull the slack out of the bar twice for the public and
yeah.
bow out gracefully.
So 240 there for Ireland's Moran, followed by 240 for Ireland's Vitalis Boronenko. We've seen this a lot. Lifters from one nation, 2 lifters from one nation following one another. I'm sure that's not on purpose, but
imagine watching their national championships. It must be toe to toe, neck and neck.
Absolutely.
If they're that closely contested. Nicely done. Yeah, it's sometimes
good lift at 240 for Boronenko.
At the national level, your rivals. At the international level, your teammates.
Yeah, that's true.
You're both gaining points for the same team, celebrating together when your team does well.
As we've said, it's important to not be fighting each other and to end up giving up ground to someone else and losing team points, because this is actually all about the team points. When you go to the banquet, the trophies that are given out are for placing in the teams.
Yep.
I believe Canada did very well in the Masters 1, am I right?
Canada, yeah, we won the Masters 1. I like to think I helped contribute.
Well, I would say you certainly did. That was Teodor Dima of Romania pulling for 245, and he gets 3 white lights.
Nicely done. Lots of room there.
Okay, Gaiminum Adam of Nauru.
The most exciting opener we've seen.
Yeah.
So, again, 260 previous personal best, opening at 265. And that was, the strategy didn't work out in the bench and the squats. And it looks like he's holding firm on the strategy regardless. And who knows? Maybe it's going to move a little better in the deads.
Well, we'll see. I mean, clearly an optimist.
And he is strong for days, though. I mean, even just off his openers.
Oh, absolutely.
He's piecing together a pretty big total.
He only got his opener on bench, and yet it was one of the strongest benches. But look at that.
Is still a third attempt, maybe a heavy second. I don't understand. It's predictable though. You got,
Well, maybe when you come from the same nation as Jesu Aper, you really
the pressure to perform.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So 212.5 now on the bar for the Thai lifter, Furifat Yimsethi. 12.5 kilos gone on the bar from his previous attempt.
Yeah, and it's a pretty big turnaround, or pretty quick turnaround, I should say. 7 lifters. We're moving at a pretty good pace because our spotting and loading crew, these fellas are so quick moving that bar around and loading it up, cleaning it off. Not a big turnaround, so you also have to adjust with that.
If you've watched any international powerlifting recently, you'll have seen the Czech spotting and loading team, and that is who these guys are.
So do they just go to the Europeans, the Worlds, when it's in Europe? And they're the guys that people lean on for the job?
I've seen them here, there, and everywhere. So I think it's only in the last couple of years they've done that. That's a good lift for Yimsethi.
I'd like to say, I like the consistency because they catch so quickly, they load so fast, and day after day, they don't slow down. The consistency's there. That's all you can ask for.
Absolutely. So 222.5 is on the bar now. This is for Manuel Webendorfer. He is from Austria. He seemed very, very consistent so far, so let's hope he can keep that up. I did say I saw him at breakfast a couple of days ago in the same hotel I'm staying in, and he seemed very relaxed and happy. And that didn't seem to trouble him.
Yeah, for a second attempt, 12.5 kilo jump. He's pulled 242.5. We'll see the kind of jump he's going to make on his third. He's definitely got room.
So Aaron Moran is now coming out for 250. Quarter of a metric ton for his second deadlift.
Wow, when you put it that way. I like how you look at things.
That's what we like, I mean, it makes it sound like a big weight. We always say in national competitions, if this guy gets a flat tire on his way home and he's forgotten the jack, hey, no problem. He's just going to grab hold of the wheel arch and pick up a corner of the car. Obviously, you don't want to be saving some strength after deadlifting for doing that, but
should the occasion arise. 10 kilo jump from his opener. His opener moved well. I don't think 10 kilos is going to slow him down too much. It is matching his personal best. So we're about to find out.
Yeah.
Double overhand hook grip.
Yeah. Always makes me cringe when I think of the thumbs, but it means you hang on to the bar, and that's what matters.
Yeah, it's
3 whites for Aaron Moran at 250.
It's a symmetrical pull. So you're loading up both sides of the body equally, and obviously it's a lot safer on the biceps.
Yeah, when you're starting to move this kind of weight, then you run the risk of, straining one or rupturing a tendon or something like that, and that is not anything anybody wants to see, and it's certainly not anything anybody wants to do. 252.5, second of our 2 Irish lifters, Vitalis Boronenko. or Boronenko.
Based off his profile, we're looking at a 22.5 kilo personal best. If his profile hasn't been updated in a while.
Only been competing a year, so newbie gains are probably in full effect here.
Well, that was a little work at the lockout. Also a double overhead hook grip. He'll take probably a smaller jump than 12.5 kilo. I'm thinking he's looking at his thumb right there.
So, Naoki Terunuma of Japan, 255 kilos. For him,
15 kilo jump.
yeah, more normal to see that sort of thing on the deadlift at these kind of weights.
Yeah. I'm an 83 kilo lifter, and I like some pretty big jumps from my opener to my second, only because, it taxes your body so much. You only got a couple big pulls in. You don't try to make the opener too close.
Yeah, just when I get the first one in.
Yeah, you take 5 kilo off the opener, you could probably put it on your third.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you're going to be able to lift what you're going to be able to lift. It just depends on how that all shakes down.
Yeah,
so.
how do you get there where the nervous system's ready for the third attempt, but isn't drained by the time you get there? It's a negotiation. Whoa.
Oh,
Grip.
bit of a grip issue. He knows what happened. Hopefully, we're not going to see the disinfectant come out, so his calluses have remained intact. But he took that very, very well, I think. So, I'm not sure whether he might not even put some more on the bar, will Terunuma. This is Teodor Dima of Romania at 260 kilos.
15 kilo jump, but he's pulled 262.5 in the past, so this is within his means. 23 years old, likely looking to hit a personal best in his third.
I wonder if I'm seeing some Romanian bias here. This is your boy, right? But seriously, he's looked strong all the way through.
He has, and the attempt selection's been on the money for him previously. Nicely done. Yeah, so patient, as they say for sumo, patient off the floor. Nothing to be alarmed about when it moves slow off the floor. That's often the case with sumo.
Quite right.
As soon as it broke inertia, moved quite well to lockout. I'd be comfortable with 5, even 7.5 possibly. He might look to see if he wants to jump up the rankings. I don't think Team Romania has a lot of lifters at these worlds, so collecting team points might not be number one for him. It might be personal goals. We'll have to see.
Absolutely. So this is Gaiminum Adam. He's only gone up 5 kilos.
Better. Yeah, you know what? 5 kilos in a deadlift.
It's, negligible, really.
Right, so I think this is more appropriate. 265 was also a pretty big ask.
Yeah, I mean, that's a couple of percent, slightly less on the total.
But let's see what he's got. It's...
Yeah, he's not going to be as fresh as he was for his last one. And,
And here's,
as you said, just flexing the bar there, really.
I just, I mean, he may come out for his third, but that looked like pulling slack out of the bar, and that was that. It would,
I'd be surprised to see anything else go on that.
Yeah, I don't know. Still, nonetheless, 690 as an 83 kilo junior, very solid total. No question, he's a strong lad. And who knows if he's only walking away with openers consistently. We don't know what the background in terms of making weight. He hit an 83 kilo rate on the money, so maybe it's a hell of a cut for him.
Absolutely.
But if that's the case, you got to adjust your attempts.
Sure. Well, he's a young man.
Yeah.
So we're into third round. This is Yim Sethi of Thailand. He is at 222.5 for his third attempt. He's looked solid so far. Not hitting the numbers that some of the other guys are doing, but...
He's going to finish with the personal best. There we go. It looks like he did.
Yeah, he was looking a little shaky, but he nailed that. I think the Thai contingent in the audience were pleased with that. So 235 now for Manuel Webendorfer.
And this 5 kilo jump, 227.5, this is based off of his profile, quite a bit below his previous best.
Yeah. I mean, he was looking pretty confident the other day, but you don't know what kind of a day he's had, whether he's been injured or he's worked him back through something. You have to assume that these guys are doing the absolute best they can do. You wouldn't save anything for, you wouldn't be, putting in a lackluster performance at the Worlds to save yourself for something else, because I can't imagine what there is after this.
Looks good.
But yeah, I think that's what he had in him.
Look,
and he's pleased with that.
If you're that happy, I got to think maybe the profile wasn't accurate, because you wouldn't be celebrating that hard unless it's a massive comeback from an injury and you're just happy to hit that. Yeah. Who knows the background story?
Well, that's right. So we have 255 for the second time of asking for Naoki Teranuma. Just seemed to have grip issues there. So hopefully he's got that properly chalked up. Just fastening up that SBD belt. Fully SBD kitted out in national team kit there. SBD do sponsor a lot of the national teams and supply them with kits.
Yeah, talking about giving back, SBD not shy, emptying a little bit of money into the sport, giving back, making sure everybody can arrive at the IPF Worlds.
Absolutely.
Both hands on the smooth part of the gnarling, where his knees locked out, and that's why some of these lifters are going to wear knee sleeves, and you wonder, knee sleeves with gnarling, when the gnarling goes over the knee sleeves, it catches, creates friction. Why would you do that?
Yeah, precisely.
Because if locking the knees is an issue, you wear a knee sleeve, and it's a sneaky way of covering up.
Makes it a little less obvious. Yeah. Yeah, because a few people have said that you wouldn't, and especially you wouldn't want them to catch underneath the knee sleeves as you're pulling them up. So
no, but so it's less likely for anyone who locks the knees and is used to that.
Okay, Vitalis Boronenko of Ireland, 257.5 for his last attempt. I mean, at least Teranuma got that one right. He's going to be happy there.
Nope.
No, just a little too heavy for Boronenko. 5 kilo jump, not a great deal in the scheme of things, but just a bit too much.
It has been a long day.
And he's going around giving all the referees a chalky hand now. 260. This is for Aaron Moran, his compatriot, also from Ireland. This is the Republic of Ireland, the southern part.
$10-kilo jump from his opener, 10-kilo jump from his second attempt.
Well, it's consistent.
It's also a 10-kilo personal best. Now, he was looking at his thumb as a hook gripper. Pay attention if the grip can hold. They certainly tested if it could.
Looks like it.
3 by lights.
Yeah, it's a good lift. So also chalking up the hands of the referees there. And you'll see them wipe their hands on their trousers usually, because they've got no way of cleaning that, and then a massive hug for his coach. You forget these guys are very, very young.
Yeah, they're full of youthful exuberance.
Correct, yeah. So 270 coming on the bar now for your boy Theodor Dima.
My boy.
Yeah, the Nauru lifter not coming out for his last attempt.
Probably a good decision.
Yeah.
Finishes his day 690, a very respectable total. It's pretty competitive right now in 4th position. That could change with a lot of deadlifting to go, but.
And he only got his openers, right?
Yeah, I mean he's a strong guy, no question about it.
I mean, it's a tactic, but if you were just going to go for that, then you'd do your openers and then say, yep, done.
I got a cab waiting for me. I got to be quick here, gentlemen. I'm going to hit my openers and be on my way.
Yeah, post any medals out, please.
That's right. 270, looking to close his day 3 for 3. Oh, nice. Scrap
Oh,
with it. Oh, it was coming out of his fingers.
Yeah, you could see with his right hand there, his grip was slipping, and it looked a little like he was blacking out there. So
Yeah, he was just an inch shy, and we're going to have the conclusion. So Belgrove, he's going to hit 70 kilo, wave to the crowd. Thanks for the support.
yeah,
And this is served as more of a preview. 19 years old, and the future, to say it looks bright, you don't have to be, an expert forecaster to see that. Watch out for this kid at the next World Championships, and then the one after that, and then the one after that. And he's still a junior.
Yeah, you've just got to hope that he manages to sort out whatever it is that's wrong with his knee. Hopefully it's nothing permanent, just a pull or a strain, or maybe even swelling. But
when you're 19 years old, you have Wolverine-like recuperative powers. He'll be back before you know it, to everybody else's dismay.
And maybe an adamantium skeleton as well.
Yeah, well, he's definitely got some other superpowers. And he's a gutsy kid, eh?
Yeah. Now, you don't know how much that hurt him, because you could tell he was favouring the knee as he walked out.
Yeah. And, and the poise, too. He's a mature kid. He comes out here, handles himself like a gentleman,
Yep. Yeah, because it would have been so easy to just throw the towel in
and you could have a breakdown.
Scatter your belt across the floor and all that stuff that you see people do.
He's disappointed, and he's keeping it to himself.
Absolutely. Demonstrating some serious maturity.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to say that about all of these juniors and even the sub-juniors.
Well, the way they handle themselves, you almost forget how young they are.
I mean, there were some girls coming out yesterday who were 14 years old, the youngest you can be to compete in the IPF, and they had game faces like I've never seen.
Yeah, and they get put in some pressure cooker situations, and they'll rise to the occasion.
Okay, so here comes Dylan Nelson now. We're into the second group. This is 250. He is opening his deadlift account on that 1/4 of a metric ton.
Oof, fired up for an opener.
When you see that some lifters bring the aggression to the platform, Dylan is definitely amongst that number.
Now, his job is a sessioner. He's from the UK. Do you know what that means?
Well, I was wondering what that means. I mean, a sessioner, it could mean a session musician, but I don't know that he plays any instruments. I'm just going to have to ask him. And the other thing a session can mean is drinking all day, but he's maybe a little young for that, so I don't know. Maybe we'll see him a little later on and be able to ask him about that. But 255 is the next weight, and this is for Igor Klebushev of Russia. This is going to put him into 5th place overall, but bear in mind that half of the 83 kilo group has already pulled their 3rd attempts, so this is not really representative. These guys just want to get this lift in order to put them in a place where they can start to compete.
Unless we see a grinder unexpectedly, you're really just going to solidify your total, get yourself on the board. But, sometimes someone comes out here, it's an opening lift, and that lift is a whole lot slower and harder than it should have been. And all of a sudden, things start opening up, possibilities start opening up for everyone else.
Yeah. You got the guys behind start to go, oh.
Yeah, the national team coaches are all paying attention to the video back available in the warm-up room. They're watching you. They're estimating how much more you have in you. You're not just watching your own lifter saying, 5 more kilo, 10 more kilo. You're watching everyone else's that's around your lifter in the rankings.
Absolutely. So that is 260 for Richard van Bezuyen. And didn't seem to give him any trouble at all, as you would expect from an opener. Micah de Vries putting in his next attempts. Here comes Scott Webb. 260 kilos, 12.5 below his posted PB. Four guys to go, including Scott.
3 wide rights.
And he's got that. Now, that's interesting that Belgrove has put in 72.5, or is that just that his coach has neglected to say that he's not coming out? Because that is a default increment.
Yeah, and I think that they keep it in there just to give the fellas a small, minor breathing room. You know, sometimes you'll do that. All the other lifters, it is the deadlift event. It does tax you quite a bit. They did split this flight. They split this weight class into 2 flights, so it's a bit of a quick turnaround. It's a gentleman's way of giving the rest of the lifters a bit of a respite and recuperative time.
Yeah, I mean, they're actually going to get more of a break, aren't they? Because mostly a
That's
deadlift
right.
doesn't take a whole minute.
That's right.
So that's 270 for Otto Falk. I mean, obviously, it's much more valuable in equipped lifting where you've got knee wraps and suits and this, that, and the other to contend with. But any little break that you see, I mean, you'll see it in weightlifting. You'll see people play the game the other way and put in attempts so that they make someone follow themselves so they don't get a rest. But we don't quite run the rising bar in the same way here in powerlifting. It's in rounds rather than just a rising bar. I prefer that, but 282.5 kilos. Timothy Monigatti of New Zealand. Yeah, so Belgrove has now said, yeah, look,
Scratched it. Yeah.
I'm not coming out for anything else.
Be interesting to see how 282.5 moves for Tim. He's doing this beltless. Not often you see that.
No, especially not at this weight, but I mean, some of the really big guys sometimes say it gets in the way.
That moved very well for Tim, and he is a thick 83-kilo lad.
Didn't seem to give him any issues, did it? Okay, so here we go. 305.
Now look at, he has pulled 326. If that's the case, Timothy's lead could be chopped up real quick. But we know history is not the same as today. Things change. We got to pay very close attention if 305 looks like an opener and moves with speed, because we know Timothy's did, or if it's a little more work than you'd like to see.
Well, we're about to find out. But I'm kind of hoping that this one will absolutely fly and look like an opener. Just loosening up before he comes down to the bar.
And it does.
That did not look hard.
Battle is on, Mr. Monagatti. And it's going to be a fight right to the last deadlift to decide who is the 2019 world champion.
Well, we wouldn't have it any other way.
Nope.
So Dylan Nelson coming out for 260 now. 10 kilos on his opener. The game is well and truly afoot.
Yeah, because Nelson hits this. He's got the Russian right on his heels. Nelson starts missing. He'll get bumped off the podium. This is 10 kilo, and it's an important 10 kilo. He knows it. You can tell by the intensity he's bringing. Klebyshev and the Russian team watching the monitors.
Yeah, I'd imagine they all are.
He might not threaten for the silver, but he's got to defend that bronze. Slow off the floor, quick pass the knees.
Let's make sure the lockout was okay.
Yep.
No. Yeah, one referee indicating that he didn't quite like the lockout, so he does need to keep an eye on that, because especially with sumo, it's not quite as clear when your shoulders are back or not because of the body position. So Richard van Bezuijen of the Netherlands coming out now for 270. This will move him into the third place on deadlift. I mean, we've got a long way to go. We're only in the second round, but
it's a 10 kilo jump. Let's see how it moves for him.
I mean, that's not a huge amount in the scheme of things.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
He's got some room.
Yeah. So 270 now for Klebyshev.
So this is an important lift for Klebachev as well. He wants to stay tight. He wants to threaten Nelson. And if 270 moves convincingly, and it's a 15-kilo jump from his opener, by the way, the Brits really got to choose their last deadlift appropriately to push Klebachev to the edge, or he can't make his final dead because Klebachev will be able to dead last and load the bar with whatever he needs to steal that medal.
Absolutely. So, that is... Oh, no.
Oh, that wasn't part of the script. 15-kilo jump. He's pulled 270 before, so it's not... It wasn't an unrealistic attempt necessarily. But,
but
coming back now, Nelson's looking more and more secure for the bronze. Now, I say that with bated breath. The Russians got to make a decision. Do they load the bar further regardless of what just happened and do a Hail Mary for the podium? Or do they say keep 270? They have 270 now, but you can change your final attempt twice, by the way.
Absolutely, yeah.
We'll keep
as
you
long as it doesn't
updated.
Change the order of lifting and as long as the bar isn't already loaded.
Yep.
So Scott Webb, 272.5. This again will move into that third place on deadlift.
Another thing the Russians might want to see before they make the decision is look at if pulling for the podium overall is out of reach, is pulling for the podium in the deadlift event in reach. So they might just want to see how the rest of the deads in the second attempts shake up, make a further decision from there. And then obviously talk to Klebachev himself and say, look, is this a strength issue? Have we hit the wall here? What are we looking at?
So, Otto Falt at 285, but I can see that Noli has put in 316.5. The record currently stands at 316.
Whoa.
So?
You know, he's pulled heavier, not at an international level to make it a world record, but it's happened. Nice pull there, 285.
And again, at this point in the game, he's already got a non-2.5 multiple total at, potentially.
Can I say something now?
You can. You can say anything you like, right?
Loaded question, I guess. But I guess depending on what Timothy pulls here, you know, if he's trying to beat, it would give Noli 724, and if Timothy hits his second, it gives him 720. I guess we got another pull afterwards, and Noli's always going to pull last, and he could change that last pull twice over, so he'll always have the final say. I just don't want him to overreach on his second attempt, and then he's kind of backed himself in the corner.
Yeah, exactly, and ends up with just 305 and kind of back
won't,
of the
won't be enough.
Ball. As
there
it were.
Go. Nice. That's such a efficient lift. Nicely done.
Yeah, no issues there for Tim at 295. Well, I mean, he did get one red, but and again, this is on lockout as confirmed by the right-hand referee to the coaches. So he knows he needs to deal with that. Okay, so 316.5, world junior deadlift record for Chido Noli of Norway.
And look at, he's pulled 326 before. I get his team has got to be confident in it. It is a pretty sizable jump, and
nothing's guaranteed in powerlifting, but
nope.
The likelihood is reasonable.
He has, because Noli pulled 295. He's got nothing to lose. His, well, he might have to defend the silver from Nelson. If he misses, Nelson's in position to take that silver in terms of the bigger picture.
Well, second attempt and a world record. I've said this before, but what a time to be alive.
Wow.
Oh, yes.
And he pulls it like it is a second attempt. If you hadn't have told me that was a world record attempt, I would have thought that was a regular second. Right? And he looks back at that way like,
yeah. See you later.
See you later.
Okay, so I'm not sure quite why the left-hand referee didn't like that, and nobody's asked her, so she's not giving it away. But
let it be.
Yeah.
Move forward. And looking at the projected, based off of that, he's going to need a further 8.5 kilo jump. Nope. Yes, 8.5 kilo jump because he's the lighter man. If he wants to take the world record or world championship from Menegatti, do you think he's loading 8.5 kilo, or do you think he's defending? Well, he's going to pull last, so he's going to be able to make his decision based off of this pull by Nelson.
I think he's going to put in what he needs and then just verify what he actually needs to do once he's seen what everyone else does. He's in the best position that he possibly could be. 326. So
actually, I don't think anybody is nobody's going to be threatening for a silver. So I think we're pretty much assured. Yeah, it's the proper decision.
So here's Dylan Nelson for 267.5.
Bronze medal overall.
He's going to want this.
Such a strong lad. Wow. And he hangs on to it for a second or two longer just for the sake of...
Did he just allow himself a little smile there? I'm not sure whether that was just the effort on his face. It's a bit hard to tell.
He is such an intense guy, and he can keep it up all the way through. Held it for a stitch longer than he needed after the down command just to show a little bit of authority.
Absolutely.
Hey, this is my moment, and I'm going to cherish it a second longer.
Not quite Eddie Hall, nodding left to right. But
taking an interview while holding it at a lockout.
I mean, that's been done to death now, but that's clearly displaying some confidence. 270 on the bar now. This is for Igor Klebushev of Russia. This is going to move him to 4th overall.
And that's 3 spots up the rankings and earns Russia some points. So it means a lot, not just for himself, but for his national team. Whoop, breaks the ground. It's a little too much today.
Just too heavy. Well, that's pretty much how it looked last time, to be honest. So, valiant attempt, but no cigar, I'm afraid. 275. This is for Richard van Bezuyen of the Netherlands.
There is a bronze medal in the deadlift event at stake here.
Yeah, and a 4th place overall for the Dutch team.
Yeah, shoots up the rankings. Two spots overall and a medal. A nice little memento to bring home.
Absolutely.
Nice hip pump. Wow.
Yeah.
You know what? And
I'm deploying my hindsight there. There's more there.
Yeah. Here's the thing. The silver medal. So if he overstretched, the silver medal for deadlift is way out of reach at 295. Yeah. So you do the more comfortable, secure the bronze, and don't do anything risky. And that's why it was well within his means. He could have pulled more, but you're risking leaving with a medal at the Worlds. Yeah. You just don't do that.
So why bother? You may as well go for the silverware or the bronzeware in this case.
Now
277.5. Scott Webb.
Having said that, Webb has the ability now to take that bronze medal.
Could be the upsetter.
Yep. 5 kilo jump from his second.
And he wants it.
He's pulled this before.
He has.
But it wasn't at Worlds, and he may have not extended himself previously.
He's looking fierce, though.
Ooh,
oh, wow. Yeah, I think so.
Let's see what they say. 3 white lights.
Yeah.
And now,
so
that's the 2020 hindsight. I should have put another couple kilo.
Well,
to defend the bronze. It's easy 2020 hindsight, isn't it?
3 pulls remain. This is 285. This is for Otto Falt of Finland. It is his second attempt at this weight.
And now it's Otto Falt's time to try to take a run at that bronze medal in the deadlift. It feels like everybody is taking a stab at the bronze medal in the deads.
Well, when that's what you can reach, that's what you grab for. So
hey, it's a nice little trinket.
Here
I'm not mad
Otto.
at it.
No. I mean, just to get selected to come to this competition is impressive. To make the weigh-in is even better, but to come home with a medal,
he might take that medal home. Oh, and they held him there for a second to prove it. Let's see if he did.
It wasn't pretty, but we don't get points for style here.
Nicely done. Big comeback. Missing 285 in his second. Grabbing a bronze medal in his last pull.
Yeah,
Huge
let's
pull.
just watch that back on the replay. I
Yeah,
mean,
massive.
oh, he had to really fight it.
Make him hold it. Make him prove it. He earned that medal. Nicely done.
So, last two pulls. This is 302.5.
And
This is for Monigatti.
Monigatti wants to push this past anything Noli can load the bar on.
667 pounds.
He knows Noli's a deadlifter. He knows Noli's pulling for the win. Force Noli to pull something out of his reach without tipping over himself.
Yeah.
All comes down to the final pull here for Tim Monigatti.
Because you can bet the Norwegian coaches are watching this and they're going to have fists full of changes to put in. Oh!
He does his part. Let's see what the judges say.
I'm not sure.
Nope.
No.
Now they can. There's one white. It's for the world title. You can ask the question. You might as well.
I think they're going to do so, but
You might as well for the world championship.
But I already saw the coach tapping his shoulders and saying, "Nah, that was lockout," and I do think I agree. I'm not sure that was locked out. So.
Yeah. Even if you agree, you always ask just in case if there's a chance you might walk away with the world title.
But he's being told, no, sorry.
Fair play. And 325 now.
Yeah.
Loaded.
Which is what we expected.
It's expected. He's pulled 326. But as he pulled 326 after having the day he's already put forth.
Well, this is going to be a world junior record nonetheless for Cheeto Noli of Norway.
Looking to snag the gold medal and become the 83 kilo junior world champion. Cheeto Noli.
It does not get any better than this. I want to see that smile at the top of the pull. I don't know about you.
A lift for history, the $1 million smile. He should get a sponsorship from Crest if he can do this.
Come on!
Oh, and that's clean. That's clean. Let's make it official. Good enough. Your world champion, Cheeto Noli of Norway.
Well,
whoa. Huge battle. The 83 kilo boys deliver in the junior class.
this is powerlifting. This is at the absolute pinnacle of international powerlifting.
Sir.
And we are only in the juniors.
Yes, sir. Tell me powerlifting is boring to watch. You haven't seen the IPF Worlds.
Well, you just have. Okay, we have another session to go this evening. It is the heavy and super heavyweights, both in the juniors and sub-juniors. I'm not quite sure quite when that's going to start. I think that's going to start on time at 5 p.m.
It looks like it. First, we'll have the medal ceremony. You don't want to go anywhere if you. The action is packed. Don't miss a single session.
Okay, I've been Joe Whiteley, and I'm here with Ryan Six-Pack Lapidats. We'll see you
Signing
soon.
off.
gentlemen, we now move on to the deadlifts. In third place, 245 kilos from Japan, Kaneko. Silver place on deadlift, 247.5 kilos press from Russia, Miroslav Biganski. Your silver medalist, 67.5 kilos from Russia, Miroslav Biganski. And your new world champion, the 105 kilos of junior class, with 67.5 kilos from Slovakia, Matej. Please be standing for the national anthem of Slovakia.